Welcome, everybody, to the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. Here live, it's Tulsa Raceway Park, the biannual Throwdown. Ian T-Town, Luke Clevenger here, bringing you all of the action as we get ready for our Zimmerman Sportsman Juniors. And you are not going to miss a single run because I'm about to give the Pro Mods. You guys, Stroud Safety Pro Mods, a 20-minute heads up. 20-minute heads up for Stroud Safety Pro Mods.
We're going to do one in right lane.
And so that'll bring us to our Zimmerman Properties and Construction Sportsman Junior class. Thank you guys for watching on Facebook, on YouTube as well. You guys are awesome for joining us here, and here we go. It's one of the Moberleys. As we get through our Zimmerman Properties Construction Sportsman Juniors, I'd like to welcome you guys to the Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park, in what should be a fantastic evening and day of racing. Still have a third round of qualifications and time trials to go through, and it will be a exciting day. We have 4, I believe, that came into the 60s, 3 in the 66s in Pro Mod. Funny Car saw the fastest car on property. That is Jim Whiteley. Just set an absolute bomb of a time. And the sun is shining, the weather is fantastic, and what should be a really, really good time. And here we go, a launch, and our juniors will come up across the line. Our Sportsman Juniors, 893 and a 5 and a 902 and a 5 on the right side. Alrighty ho to all of you guys watching on YouTube, and as a reminder to like, subscribe, share. Same on Facebook as well. How's it going? The math, do we have a spreadsheet for qualifying times? We do somewhere. I'm not sure where we can get that bad boy on, but we do have a spreadsheet somewhere. In 1 second, and I had to sneeze there. Goodness gracious. That brings us to our next pair of juniors. I'd like to remind you guys watching in 3 weeks' time, so the week after Memorial Day weekend, we will be at the Shakedown in Martin. We got the Shakedown, we got the Smackdown, and we got the Throwdown. And I'm starting to sense a theme here. It's staging up there on the left side. And here we go, green light. Up across the line on the left side, 857 and a 925 on the right side. How's it going? MS Motorsports from Solomon Island, Maryland. Kind of tricked me there, from the Solomon Islands. Well, Solomon Island, Maryland. Let's go racing indeed. So yes, indeed, Math, we have one on Facebook. If you go to Summit Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series Facebook page, you'll find all of our qualifying times from every round of qualifying. So just head on over there. We have those available right there. Green lights mean go. That's Kinsey Wells on the left-hand side. Wells pulling the triple duty this week. Car in Pro Mod, car in Top Sportsman, and a car in Juniors as Kinsey crosses a 794 and a 1. Big shout out to Scott Supply. We'll talk about them more as we get into the funny cars. We gave the pro mods about a 20-minute heads up. And there's another electric dragster on the left-hand side there. How cool is that? About half an hour from D.C. Our viewer in Maryland is MS Motorsports. Let's go racing indeed. And we got people from all over. Last night we had some guys from the UK watching. We had some guys in Australia watching. From all over. We love to see it. Some Canadians watching. And as a reminder, as you guys shuffle on in for a full day of racing here, you can visit MidwestDragRacingSeries.com for more information on our full schedule. If you're by Kansas City, Tulsa, Martin, Michigan, we are coming to you. And so we're going to see a 789 on the left side, 796 on the right. All right, here comes our next pair. And so the pro mods are on about 15 minutes. Heads up. We will need to prep the track before that here at the lovely Tulsa Raceway Park. Local time currently 11:07 a.m. Staged up, ready to rock, ready to roll. All right, let's see on the right side. It's going to cross first. No, it's going to be the left side. My eyes hath deceived me. A 786 and a 9 on the left side. On the right side, that's a 783-1. As we creep forward once more. So we'll run all Midwest classes, then we'll run Footbrake, Super Pro, etc., etc. So creep forward a little bit here. Green light means go. Across the line is 787 and a 6 on the right side. Left side, an 82 mile an hour pass, 790. And for these classes, 790 is about the quickest they can go. So that 790 is right about bang on for it. Don't forget to share our streams. Helps us get everything propagated throughout the internet, and free racing for you guys is indeed a nice track. Love Zimmerman Properties and Construction for sponsoring Sportsman Juniors as we move on to the Pro Juniors. Brought to you by Race Star Wheels. Three-quarters way staged up and all the way. Ready to rock, ready to roll. Green lights. It's always funny because these little dragsters are at such a scale that when they take the stripe, they take the one tire width stripe. Here's the duels. It's Caden Duel, Jason Duel, the Duel family. Coming in a solo around the right-hand side. Caden, a decorated racer, has a sweet ring. So we honored on him on Thursday night for winning our championship in Sportsman. Here and now, he's up to the Race Star Wheels Pro Junior. Caden coming out of St. Louis. He's got the Bomarito Chevy wrap on his car. Here at the Osage Casino Hotel, Throwdown in T-Town. As a reminder for you guys right here, these cars on display, these trucks, SUVs, they sure are pretty, aren't they? You can drive home in one of them. All you gotta do is contact Owasso Chevrolet. If you like what you see, give them a phone call and bing, bang, boom, you can drive home in those bad boys. And it 8:01 at 82 miles per hour. And that is going to bring us to our next racer. As Caden Duell crosses the line. That'll be the Clockers. So I pull out my binoculars and we've just, well, they're noculars now. There's no bye about them. So it's Reed Clocker on the right-hand side. The family's got their phones out, ready to record. Thank you, Barn, for showing up. Remember, like, subscribe, and share. 3 magic words. And so, green lights, that means go. Across the line, we're going to see an 8:01 and a 4. 8:01.4 for Reed Clocker. As we keep on moving, we're going to get our track dragged, ready to go as Pro Mods are on standby. Pro Mods on standby.
Hey, this is Lisa.
This is our Stroud safety. Pro Mods on standby.
Okay, what do I need to do?
No, I swear, if you would have been listening to that, you would have been cracking
It's
up.
live.
Hmm?
I can hear you.
Oh, you heard it?
Yeah. Whatever was just scraping. Like, turn it off.
Thank all of you guys for watching on the live stream. We're going to flip the camera around here in just a second, but getting our stuff ready to go. We have our timing sheets. We'll go over those in just a second. Wonderful Miss Ellen Eschenbacher working hard as our teams come out here to inspect the track. Working hard, so too is Brenda Epperly down there. Hey, how's it going? She's trying to figure out if somebody's talking about her. Yes. She's got her big headphones on. And so we'll go over, starting with
Check, check,
the
check, check, check. He's checking, checking,
Sportsman.
checking, checking, checking,
J.
checking.
Huber, your number one qualifier. We'll talk about them in just a second.
It sounds like your cards got running. I said, well, we had jet cards on last night. He's like, oh. Because everything was rattling? Yeah. He's answering the phone.
We got Dave Pierce, your number one qualifier in Pro 420. Let's talk to him just real quick. All right. Hello, everybody. Good to be on camera here. I believe I'm on camera. There we go. All right. Fantastic. Good to see y'all, and welcome to the Throwdown in T-Town. It's part of the 60th season here at the Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. We'll start with our Pro 420 class. Here is how things look and shake up. If you want to see the standings and the provisional qualifying sheet right now after 2 rounds, you, of course, can find that on our Facebook page. But starting with Pro 420, Dave Pierce is your number one qualifier, Pro 420, 4.202, so he's 2,000ths off of the number. Daryl Hubbard, by the way, a 4.24 and a 5. Daryl Hubbard had to borrow, I believe it was a bow spring, from one of our racers last night. Mike LeBate, I believe, loaned it to him. Shane T was in the was in that LeBate pit, so it was good to see the teams helping each other out. Macy Higgins out of Mulberry, Arkansas, 4.25 and an 8. He is 0.058 off that number. Case Huddleston, a 4.28 and a 7. He's 87 off the number. And then Jeremy Johnson is about a 10th off the number, 10th and a half, a 4.36. Jessica Ogden had a little bit of trouble staging during the first run and timed out on the staging beam, and then in the second run was a little too quick. She went for a bit of a ride, went left, then she went right, then she went left, and maybe a little too close to the wall, but she went too quick ultimately, and so she is slotted in as our last qualifier. But of course, if you break out, if you go quicker than that index time, you're going to slot in last. As we move on to Top Dragster, one of the wildest dragsters we've seen in quite some time, Orrin Ingolson, 2014 Miller Dragster, qualified as your number one on ET, right? So 3.865 at 188 miles per hour, but Orrin did not answer the bell in round 2. So the question is going to become, can Orrin fix that car up, because he is looking to be your quick qualifier. Randy Smith is your second qualifier, 3.900 seconds at 182 mile per hour. Then we have Joe Rusty Baxter, 3.921, 3.976 for Keith Youngblood. David Harrington at a 4.05. Brad Bascal at a 4.08. Katie Laughter at 4.16. Ron Gibson at a 4.16.8. So Katie Laughter at 4.16.2. Ron Gibson at 4.16.8. Then following that, we have Jordan Epperjess, the reigning champion out of Lake Dallas, Texas, with a 4.20 and a 7. So dragster that could run the 4.20 class. There you go. We also have Tim White at a 4.32, or 4.37 and a 2. 4.38 for Rich Moline. Jeremy Maples, a 4.40 flat at 155 miles per hour. Jacob McNeil at a 4.40 and a 2, so 4.402 at 155. Cody Moore at a 4.45 447 for Chloe Janicek. And Mark Moore out of Hutchinson did not answer the bell. He ran a fine second run. Of course, that is not going to be good enough to really be competitive in top dragster. I believe he had to shut that bad boy off and roll across the finish line. So he will be your final qualifier. In top sportsman on the outside looking in is Todd Stahlbaumer, the 5:29. Rod Oxford, a 5:06. So we have a full field of top sportsmen. Jeff Hofstetler is on the bump, a 4:95 and a 9. Daryl Bossman Reed, a 4:85 and a 9. Then comes Jeremy Maples with a 4:85 and 14th. Jason Kimbrell with a 4:82. And right there, I'm going to call to the lanes. Pro Mods. Stroud Safety Pro Mods, brought to you by Larry Jeffers Race Cars. We need you guys to the lanes. Stroud Safety Pro Mods, brought to you by LJRC. To the lanes, please. So anyway, then we have Tina Pierce in 12th, Doug Woody in 11th, Kirk Pipekey in 10th. And then your number one qualifier, J.J. Huber, at a 4:23 and an 8. We need Pro Mods in lanes 7 and 9. Pro Mods in lanes 7 and 9. That will bring us to Funny Car. Dre Newkirk, your final qualifier in Funny Car, presented by J&A Service at 398. And for Trey, I managed to talk to him previously. He's a Jayhawker like I am, so Rock Chalk Jayhawk. But he said they had a push rod on the intake that's broke, and they're going to try and get it fixed by Q1, and then hopefully E1. If not, they're going to have to trailer it. So I'm hoping things are going well in their pit. They said it's just been one of those weekends with the Silver Slipper. We're glad to have him and the crew as part of the Midwest family this weekend, and hope we see a lot more of him in the future. Number 6, Lance Van Houen out of Rhinebeck, the 392. He had a iffy run in his first run, and was actually the number one qualifier, because story of the night last night was round one of qualifying. Did not see very many teams be able to lay down decent times. So Lance Van Houen will be your number 6 qualifier. Your number 5 qualifier, that's Mark Billington. He's a 376 and an 8 for number 5. Kirk Williams, your number 4 qualifier, 373. And then we have 3 cars in the 60s. 3.699 is Steve Macklin at 206 mile per hour, your reigning champ and back-to-back champ, sitting number 3. And he had a bit of an issue firing the car up as we started Q2 yesterday. So he went back to the trailer, and we hope to see him answer the bell for round 3 of qualifying. Kyle Smith is your number 2 qualifier with a 367 and a 1, and so the cotton candy machine is what I call it. He is sitting number 2 out of Valley Center, Kansas. And number 1, Jim Whiteley, owns the fastest car on property, and we're talking not about his Pro Mod, but about his Funny Car. 363 and a 1. And for those of you guys here in the stands, the merch trailer will open at noon. So make sure to come on over, get your T-shirts, and all of your Midwest Drag Racing Series memorabilia. I have my hat on, my new hat. I charge Keith one new hat every year. And this hat here, form-fitting. Oh, I love these hats. And so we'll move into the Pro Mods, and Pro Mods are, oh man, they're an adventure. Mike LeBate is on the outside looking in. Now, I talked to LeBate earlier last night, and he hit a cone on round 2 of qualification and just had his time thrown out. So his round 1 time is the only one he's made that officially counts, but that's a 4.9 second pass, which slots him 17 in a car of 16 fields. So LeBate looking to make a prove-it run as we move into round 3 of qualifying. LeBate, by the way, said that car has been pulling right, and he kind of anticipated it, but once he felt it, he said, I knew that I was about 4 car lengths behind the man next to me, so I said, let it roll, let it run, and that's a wise thing to do. He took out 2 cones, but when you start to overcorrect, as I was talking to Robert Costa, and he said he can attest to this, when you start to correct, that's when you get into the dangerous situations in those pro mods. You kind of need to let the car do what it wants to do, because you herky-jerk that wheel back left in this case, that's when you start to get too much weight being put on the front and on the right side, and you're going to get just real nastiness. In fact, that's usually where you see cars start to get airborne or really smack into the walls or flip, heaven forbid. So Mike LeBate using his brain and letting the car drift off to the side, take out a couple cones. Didn't touch the wall, and he said, hey, we'll be good. He also said that he found some metal shavings inside of the transmission, and he had to go chase that down. And I'm going to take a look, because he said specifically what it was. I believe it was, let's take a look. Yeah, there it is. He broke the sprag in the transmission. That's what it was. Fixed it last night. The shifter, he's man, I kept getting gunked up, and it was just kind of a icky shifter. So ended up having metal in it from the sprag, and so they have a new sprag in there. And other than that, I mean, they're pretty good. They said it got a bit of carbon fiber damage from hitting the cones, but other than that, it needed a paint job anyway. So there we go. And so we go back to our Throwdown in T-Town qualifying sheet. We have Chris Giuliano out of Iberia. He is your number 16. He is on the bump. Needs to do better than a 4.2 second pass. And after you get to that, we are in a pretty tight field, because Ryan Bush, number 15, is a 3.76 second pass. Then comes Ray Martin, a 3.73 second pass. 3.72 second pass for Keith Goolsby. Aaron Wells, a 3.72 and a 4. Russo, 3.71 and a 6. Robert Costa in 10th place, 3.71 and a 5. Ed Thornton, a 3.71 and a 4. Robert Davis, your number 8 qualifier out of Cantonment, Florida, a 3.70 and an 8. We talked to him last night. We'll go on a little more about his car when he comes up. Following that, Jacob McNeil, who is sitting in the former Stouffer car, a 3.707, tuned by Scott Palmer. Joshua Vettel, a 3.702, is in a dead heat with Callie Mills out of Sand Spring, who is also at a 3.702 for the 5 and 6 spot in qualifying. A 3.69 and an 8 for Todd Martin in that first official competition that Mustang has been in. He is now in qualifying spot number 4, and he's one of only 4 cars in Pro Mod to be in the 360s. And so watch Todd in that Mustang, because he has some serious speed. Bob Glenn is your number 3 qualifier. Glenn out of Pinellas Park, Florida. He is your number 3 qualifier with a 3.66 and an 8. And he said, hey, we ran well in the heat. We ran well in the evening. He said, we're pretty confident with where we're sitting. And, to be frank with you guys, he's sitting next to a couple of very strong names, Ron Minix and Keith Haney. He's in good company. And as long as you get into the show, anything can happen. But Bob Glenn, don't take your eye off the NMCA champion. Ron Minix is your number 2 qualifier. He was the fastest in round 1 of qualifying, but got upstaged by the Black Mamba. He still runs an extremely stout 3.66 and a 5. 3.665 seconds at 204 mile per hour. We thought nobody was going to top that, but Keith pulled an old rabbit out of his magician's hat. 3.66 and a 3, and the Black Mamba is at the top of the qualifying sheet, and that is how it all shook down last night. In the heat of the day yesterday, in round 1 of qualifying, about half the cars in Pro Mod could not hook up with the track. It was tire shake, it was wheel spin central, it was an icky track. Round 2 of qualifying, everybody set tremendous times, some of the fastest passes of the weekend, and of course the funny cars hooked up as well. It's the story right now. What does the track look like right now as we move in through our Saturday midday here at 11:30? As we take a look, it's currently 68 degrees, 59% relative humidity, 61 grains of water, 1488 the air density altitude. So a bit comparable right now to what the temperature was like last night when we were running round 2 of qualifying. Question then, though, is, what's the track temperature like? Because the sun has been beating down on the track. I'd like to say good morning to Angela as well. Fast day of racing. All the drivers and the team stay safe. That's all we pray for, right, is good racing and safe racing. So that's why we love our safety crew here. We'd like to send a big special thank you to our safety crew and, of course, our tech inspectors because they are keeping us all safe. You can see of course, our pro mods get up to the line here. We're getting a computer thing done here, and Dirty Panda is right. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button. And I'm hearing the words, let's go. It is a nice Chevelle, isn't it? For cars and cats. So here we go. That's going to bring us to Chris Giuliano on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, that is Chris Russo, and it's a battle of the Chris's. Giuliano had an almighty bang during qualifying last night. Good to see him back out there. And that sounded more than a gunshot. That sounded like a grenade went off at one point. But it didn't seem to do a ton of damage to the car. We'll have to talk with him later. And Chris Russo, of course. 371 in the night, 374 in the day. I'd like to thank Noel for getting that front-facing camera with the lights set up. Appreciate you, buddy. As we got our way through the track prep, and look at the nitrous purge there from Chris Giuliano. And so the Dare Mayor Performance Engineering machine of Chris Russo will make his way to the line. Giuliano on the left side, one of the nitrous cars. We get a little tap, and we get ready to get staged here. It's Tulsa Raceway Park. Oh, and Giuliano's going to get crossed up a little bit at 3.709. And let's take a look at Chris Russo. Do not count him out. So he's running at 74, a 71 is 7.0. And that's a heck of a package that he's got there. And that brings us to our next pair. Introducing themselves. And we need the J&A Service Funny Cars to the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Cars to the lanes, please. There's the Angry Bird of Mike LeBate, so they're back in action. Yeah. And Josh Vettel on the left side. And so LeBate and the Angry Bird. He crossed the center line. This is a very important run here as he is currently slotted into 17. The bump, 3.98 seconds. And up we go. We're halfway stage. Crew chief. That is a sign of the cross, and here we go. Vettel gets on the chip. Let's see, and LeBate slots in a 3.80 second run, 3.73 for Vettel, and that 3.803 should get LeBate into the show. Vettel with a pretty stout 3.73 in the heat of the day. Yeah, that's a good run there for Vettel. By the way,
Two more.
it's the second fastest run of this qualifying session. Again, we need funny car, J&A Service funny car to the lanes. We also need our Champion Auto Lift Pro 420 to the lanes, please. So that brings us Ron Minix on the right-hand side. Minix, your 2020 champion. Here's the runner-up at Extreme Raceway Park. He was your number one qualifier in round one of qualifying. He was your number two qualifier after round two of qualifying. Let's take a look at what he's got here. And so Minix in the Jeff Pierce tuned Purple Heart. Formerly Melanie Salimi's Purple Rain. On the chip, let him rip. Great pair of runs there, a 66 and a 66. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Separated by 0.03 of a second. What a pair there. So a 3.662 is good for Ron's number one quickest run. He's your number one qualifier. And then that 3.665 is going to be your number, running the calculations here, number two qualifier. There we go. Robert Davis is your number two qualifier. Don't quote me on that. I'm just the messenger boy. I don't make the final decisions. I just read numbers. What a run for Robert Davis. And those teams, I got to be thrilled with that. As here we go with Jacob McNeil. Or excuse me, that's not Jacob McNeil. That is Ray Martin in that car on the left-hand side, formerly belonging to, or, well, still belongs to Jim Whiteley, but He's driven it. Stephen Whiteley's driven it. That's a car that's seen some laps, and that's a car that has made stabs at championships. So, we keep rolling. Cross the line at 369 and a 374. 3.69 and a 2 for Ray Martin. He's going to find the 60s. Funny cars to 7 and 8. Funny cars to 7 and 8, please. And then 420. Champion Auto Lift 420 to the lanes, please. And that'll bring us to Jacob McNeil here. McNeil has driven it to a 77 and a 6 and a 707. And he'll find his way up against Ed Thornton. Thornton, 71 in Q2 last night. As the D-Bar-D racing team will back him on up. Shane T walking the car in. He's going to take a look at his driver. Ed Thornton has been racing for over 20 years out of Chino, California. He wasn't always a turbo guy, but then he met Shane T and Bing Bang Boom. Bob's your uncle. Thornton and Shane T are often the high mile per hour of any given event. Although last year that seemed to be Mark Mickey in every event. Surprising, perhaps not a bunch. So Thornton is ready to go. McNeil is ready to go. Scott Palmer, the legend that he is, tuning that car on the left side, and here we go. Whoa, Thornton gets loose, and he'll save the car. Let's see what that number is. A 369 and a 5 for McNeil. That's a monster run for Scott Palmer, McNeil, Stouffer, the whole crew there. That's a number you can put some pride in. As Ed Thornton, I mean, he went on a ride, we'll say that. Goodness gracious. Look, I'll tip my cap to Ed there for saving it. He didn't put it in the wall. I mean, he had every right to use the wall for assistance, but goodness gracious. And that's going to bring us to Keith Goolsby. So it's the battle of the Keiths, Goolsby versus Haney. Final call, J&A Service Funny Car. Final call, J&A Service Funny Car. We need Pro 420 to the lanes, please.
As of right now, looks like 2.
And so here is Goolsby in the Black Pearl. Previous runs, 72 and a 6, and he had to shut it off in round 1 of qualifying. Haney on the right-hand side is 66 and a 3. It was your number 1, but now is your number 2 qualifier because he got pipped by just a bit by Ron Minix. Can Haney get it back? Let's figure that out right now. Black Mamba, the nitrous-assisted car. Making its way on up. Here we go. Haney has to get out of it, pedal it a little bit. That 393, he pulled off to the left a little too much, and that did him in. So nothing doing there for Haney. But to be honest with you, he already logged a fantastic time last night, and so Haney.
All right, 2 more.
Will go back to the pits and prepare himself for round number 1 of eliminations as the provisional number 2 qualifier, and that's going to bring us our next bear. That'll bring us Robert Costa on the left side. On the right side, Aaron Wells. Aaron Wells, your 2019 champion. Tyler, his son, is racing top Sportsman. Robert Costa on the left-hand side, seeking his first event win in Midwest Drag Racing Series. This is a man who had that car upside down at a certain point last year in Kansas City. Thankfully, he is back racing, and that car is back in working shape. A testament to the build quality of those race cars. And I believe that's a Larry Jeffers car as well, so good tip of the cap to LJRC, who builds quality chassis. Aaron Wells on the right-hand side, new paint scheme. You might recognize that car in a black color scheme last year in his championship run. Now he's in a bullet green. Let's take a look. Can either of them find the 60s? Costa with a 715 in his last run. Right down Broadway, the lot of them, and a 368 on the left side and a 371 on the right. How about that for Costa? That 3.68 is going to slot him very nicely. Aaron Wells improves to a 3.71 on the right. So both of them find the speed. And I mentioned, the weather is pretty fantastic. The track has gotten hit by the sun, but, really, you can't ask for much better weather right now, considering it's just about noon. These cars, indeed, are on the edge. And here we go with Todd Martin on the right side. Martin took the new Mustang. Hold on. Callie Mills started, and I think I saw liquid come out the front end of that car. Yep, and there's a puddle behind it, and so Callie is believe going to have to back that one up. I see something on the track there. Yep, and we're getting that on camera right there, too. And yep, look at that right there on the starting line. She spun the tires, and something came out the front end of the engine, and we're just going to have Todd Martin make the run. If you want to race, you got to be right on the edge of chaos. 3.8 seconds is your bump. Todd Martin is in the show, but he ran the 369 last night, and that's the first time that Mustang with less than 10 total runs on it has run in the 60s. Todd says, let's go, baby. No, and he pulls a little left out of the groove. It's a little bit of tire chatter, I do believe, and shuts it off. That's going to be about, we'll call it 230 feet down the line. The launch seemed like it was right down Broadway, but unfortunately he had to shut that bad boy off. He's going to grab a 4.4 second pass, but he is going to go back to the drawing board. He had the tune last night. We'll see if he has the tune in round one of qualifying, or round one of eliminations, rather. So I believe that's going to leave us with two more.
I'm not for sure. We can do a quick track check after this single.
Or I believe now we have a single, excuse me. It looks like Bob Glenn's going to be on the right-hand side. Glenn. I think the run. Is that a fuel that might have been on there? Because the puddle seems like it's evaporated already. And so perhaps it seems like that was fuel that was on the track. Look down, I look up, there's no puddle anymore.
Okay,
To my naked eye, but so the good news is the fuel leak is often not the hardest fix or cleanup in the world. Because I'll tell you, the Mills crew had a really nice run last night, and Callie will be ready to throw the kitchen sink. I saw on Facebook, she said that, Keith may be the number one qualifier, but she kicked his butt last night. Keith said he was taking it easy on her, but, says he...
Is that what they say when you have a slow reaction?
Is that what they say with the 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, right? So Bob Glenn comes to us from Florida, and we were talking to him. It took him almost 3 years to build this car. He says, when I built it, I wanted it to be pristine. He goes, when we got the zoomies in, we got it installed, and he said, hold on, we can get those polished, sent it off to get it polished for 4 months. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. And that's part of the reason that this is such a beautiful car, is they take absolutely fantastic care of it. Not that any of our racers treat their pro mods, which are their pride and joy, like crap, but this is just a beautiful machine. So Bob Glenn will come up. Well, he pulled off left, but he's not going to lift. He's going to drive right through it with the 201 mile an hour pass. Good run there at 368 and a 9. And so a 3.689 is going to be a nice run there for Bob Glenn. And good round there. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. 6 cars in the 60s. And that's going to bring us into the funny cars. And so that brings us to our J&A service, Top Alcohol Funny Cars. Good afternoon to Southeast Florida. Good afternoon to Edward. Good afternoon to DJ Thimat. I think I'm saying that right. Good afternoon to everybody on Facebook, Barn. Hope you guys are doing well. It is a really, really great day here as we take a look at Steve Macklin's car. Attention, attention, attention. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes here, please. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes. And so we're going to shuffle on in here. On the left-hand side is Steve Macklin. On the right-hand side is Kirk Williams. Oh, and Williams going to shake the tires something fierce. And how about a 66 and a 4 for Macklin? Heck of a run there from Steve Macklin. I almost have to double take it that time. Meanwhile, Kirk Williams. Great run there from Macklin. So he's going to run. He's going to break down in Q1. Q2, he comes in. He runs a 69 with a 9, and then he's going to run a 66 and a 4. Goodness gracious. There's a reason he's the two-time champ, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, by the way, if you guys are in the chat, tell us where you're watching from. Love to hear where everybody here is watching from around the world, right at home. And there is the fastest car on property, Jim Whiteley. Jim Whiteley, your number one qualifier, a 3.63 and a 1. He's the fastest car on property, by the way, by about 0.03 of a second. Whiteley, of course, owns the Pro Mod, driven by Ray Martin right now. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. That is the Race Star Wheels and Icon Forge Pistons Top Dragster. So solo pass here for Whiteley. He will move on forward. Into the staging beams. Pre-stage is lit. Let's see what he can run here. Weather is perfect for a low ET. Cross the line, a 363 and a 0. He's going to improve by a thou. Fantastic job there to the J&A service team. I see high fives, and that's a well-deserved high five. You guys are doing fantastic down there. 3.630.
What was Bates' first one?
His first one, well,
And so we have one more funny car coming around the corner. Then we are going to move in to our Race Star Wheels Top Dragster presented by Icon Forge Pistons. Final call, Top Dragster. Final call, Top Dragster. Final call, Top Dragster. All righty, ladies and germs. That will leave us with one more top alcohol funny car. It is the one and only Kyle Smith. Smith found his way into the 60s last night with a 3.67 time. And he is a beast. He had a little tire issue coming around the tower. One of his tires was at a lower pressure than they thought, so they pumped it right back up. And here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series, we like to be accommodating to our racers. And we need our top sportsmen to the lanes, please. We need compressed air supercharging top sportsmen to the lanes, please. Compressed air supercharging top sportsmen to the lanes, please. And if you guys see the scuba cars that are everywhere, it's compressed air supercharging. Let's see. We got South Texas, the Gulf Coast. Rainy Maine for John Waterhouse. Perhaps a fitting name for a Rainy Maine. DJs from California, Ohio, and the sun. How about that? Ooh, and a little poofy poof there. Almost at exactly 600 and, or yeah, almost exactly. It's, I don't know, 594 feet, we'll say. Almost exactly at the speed trap, so we'll take a look at that. But hey, how about a pretty stout 372 time at 191 he was going for the 60s as well. And he would have gotten to the 60s had it not gone poof.
He said there were no trips. It was
And I'd like to give a shout out, by the way,
Let me know if you have any fluid.
to a very awesome company. It is one of our sponsors here, Steve Macklin. Scott Supply. It's not a typical hydraulics and hose adapters store. Along with hydraulics and hose adapters, they carry a variety of fasteners, brass and black pipe, abrasives, and more. Custom hoses are a specialty, and they're located in Waterloo, Iowa. If you know anyone in Cedar Falls, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, they would appreciate sending them their way. Scott Supply Company out of Waterloo. You can find them online and order online at scottsupply.com, and they are putting up some money to the best reaction times in funny cars. So, again, Scott Supply out of Waterloo. Give them your business at scottsupply.com. They are a fantastic company, and from the upper Midwest, not too far from where I am, actually. Got relatives out in Waterloo. We have some other racers from Waterloo, of course. We have out of Rhinebeck, the Van Howens. Jeff Hostetler is originally from Iowa, I believe. We got a bunch of Iowans out here. That's a great state, kind of the heart of America, I would say. You cannot find a more American state, I would say, than Iowa. It's a very crossroads of the heartlands. And so it looks like we got the funny car pushed off, if my eye serves me correct, of Kyle Smith. Yes. And so now we're dragging our hands along the surface of the track. I want to make sure it's sticky and not slippery. And I have no word on the status of it, but no word is good word in these kinds of situations. Looks like we're getting back into the gator. Perhaps a hands up to the top end safety crew, who is also reaching around. And ladies and gentlemen, that top end safety crew, let me tell you about the job they have. Top end safety crew, man, they are sitting out there trying to blast the air conditioning in their truck, but they are in full fire suits for hours on hours on hours on hours. And if things go well, they don't have they don't have to do anything. They just sit there. But things never go entirely as planned at the drag strip. And so they're only needed when things go wrong. They're sitting there on alert, ready to punch out a window and drag somebody out of, heaven forbid, a fire or an upside-down car. They're ready at a moment's notice. That is the hardest job at a drag strip right there, is what those top-end guys are doing. Sitting there roasting in a fire suit for hours and hours and hours and hours. Hopefully several boring hours. But when things aren't boring, they aren't good. And so we salute our safety crew, top ends, and at the starting line, they have a tremendously important job, and we could not race without them. Also like to give a shout-out again to Scott Supply. Hydraulic hose adapters, fasteners, brass, and black pipe, and more out of Waterloo, scottsupply.com. Marcella, who helps the Van Howens, owns that store, Scott Supply out of Waterloo. Again, scottsupply.com for all of your needs. And, yeah, you know, they're located in Waterloo, but they can ship just about anywhere, I would reckon. And we love businesses that show support for our racers. And so, We love what they do. I think it's about time that we queue up some commercials here. And so I'm going to throw things over to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with racing action. You're watching the Throwdown in T-Town. It's the Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you. Because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety, making faster, safer, every step of the way.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at atomizerfuelcomponents.com.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Let Flying A Motorsports custom build your next race trailer or coach to best fit your needs and budget. Proudly providing quality inventory for local and national drag racing, dirt track racing, and hot rodders alike. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
Compressed air supercharging. Experience our advantage with cold air intake temperatures. Boost in a bottle. Instant boost. Very low air intake temperature sensor. Increase reliability. We have two systems available, 1500 horse and the 2600 horse system. More information at compressedAirSupercharging.com or info@casupercharging.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Get ready, Tulsa, because an epic jet car battle is back at the Throwdown in G-Town. Come see the Quartermaster and the Black Pearl jet cars heat up the night sky as they go head-to-head May 9th and 10th at Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. Don't miss the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series, featuring the fastest door slammers on the planet, reaching speeds over 220 miles per hour. See ground-shaking, fire-breathing pro mods and funny cars with top Sportsman, top Dragsters, Pro Street, Pro 420, Junior Dragsters, Outlaw Gassers, and more. Admission is free. Get your free tickets now at Tulsa-area Auto Parts stores, QuikTrip, Stubwire, and TulsaRacewayPark.com. The Throwdown in G-Town, May 9th and 10th at Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. Get ready, Kansas City. The Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presents SmackDown. Roaring into the Flying H Drag Strip June 27th and 28th, featuring the world's fastest door slammers, reaching speeds over 220 miles an hour. See ground-shaking, fire-breathing robots, funny cars, and more. SmackDown, June 27th and 28th at Flying H Drag Strip.
There as well. Like to give a shout out while it's quiet to Kyle Christ. It is his birthday. I mean, like, it's close to it. It's reasonably near your birthday. He's always like, it's not my birthday, but it is. It's close to his birthday, so we're wishing him a happy birthday. He is, of course, a videographer with Straight Line Media, so check out Straight Line Media on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. He's got stuff all over the place. He's got some BA reels. Kyle, do you have a TikTok or no? It kind of. So, no? All right. But he's on social media. He's on Facebook, Instagram. You can find him on Straight Line Media. And follow his stuff. He puts out some great videos. Get some wild rides content going, man. He's got some great stuff. So there's Jeff Pierce taking a look at the track. And I think we're going to go back to racing, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? My sincere apologies for the delay, but when cars go poofy, we have to clean up the track. And we are back from commercial. Our Pro 420 class is ready to spin some tires, light some fires, and get ready to go racing here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Here we go. On the left-hand side, that's going to be Jessica Ogden. Ogden went on a bit of a wild ride during Q2 yesterday, but went too quick, so Ogden needed to slow it down. It's James Ogden guiding. James Ogden drove this very same car last year to the number 2 points sitting in the championship. Jessica trying to get the ship herself. And there's David Pierce. So Jessica Ogden slots in there. 3/4 of the way staged up. She'll pull a little bit right. Dave Pierce right down Broadway across the line, 4:21 and a 4:14 for Jessica. So David Pierce is #1 qualifier with the Bullets so far. And here comes Macy Higgins. Here's Macy Higgins on the right side. And on the left side, that's going to be Daryl Hubbard. Hubbard has run a 4:25 and a 4:24 in his previous runs. Barnes coming in from Ohio. As we get ready back into the 420s. See the car of Daryl Hubbard there. He also owns Ed Thornton's car, and that is as well Ed Thornton's old car. Here we go. And so a red light for Daryl Hubbard, and he's going to roll a 4.58, but decent run there for Macy Higgins, a 4.25 and a 6. Here we go. All right, and that brings us into our final pair in Pro 420. Case Huddleston. And Jeremy Johnson. Johnson on the right side. Or excuse me, Rick Dean on the left side. go. Oh, a big tire spin on the right side. 434. Rick Dean with a 604. Jeremy Johnson with a 434.4. That's going to be his closest to the pin. But not quite closest to the pin for the entire field. And so that will bring us I believe Case Huddleston there. Here we go. Creeping up. That looks good. Toward 21 and a 3. That's a good run for Case there. Here we go. Top Dragsters coming up.
How much do you bet on a 50 cent machine? I was max betting that one. So. Oh, okay. So, anyways, she called and she said, "You got the deal yet?" I said, "The line was."
Oh boy, and a little pedal fest there. Coming from our Dragsters. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
So I called Regina. I said, "Hey, I'm gonna be late." I said, "I'm gonna be a little bit." So why? I said, "I'm just gonna take it."
Here we go. 398 on the right side. 393 and an 8 on the right side, and that brings us to the Harrington racing crew. All right. $50% off Race Star wheels right now, the May sale. 40% off Junior Dragster wheels right now. It's the May sale for Race Star wheels. Proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. And here we go. $396 and an 8 on the left side, and on the right side of 401. And like I said, 50% off all Race Star wheels, 40% off the juniors line. Prices may be going up around, but Race Star wheels keeping them low. Alrighty, so here comes our next pair. That's Katie Laughter on the left-hand side. Laughter, twin turbo. It's a 76mm turbo on that. One of Wade Pennington's wings on the back end, and comes to us from Colorado. So there's a green and a red light for Katie Laughter, but it's just a qualifying run of 419 and a 3 on the left side. 409 and a 7 on the right. All right, so keep on moving here. Thank you guys for coming out here to the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. We have t-shirts and everything for sale at the MWDRS merch trailer, so make sure swing on by, grab a t-shirt, and wear this stylish hat I'm wearing right now. It is a fantastic hat. No time 28 to the lanes, please. No time 28 to the lanes, please. No time 28. We need you to the lanes. Thank you.
You don't have to put that in the WhatsApp either. I mean,
All right, well, that's about neck and neck across. 439 and a 5 and a 440. Separated only by 2 miles per hour as well. Like that. And that'll bring us to our next pair. Hey, Lance Knigge is over by the party tent. He's right at the start of the staging lanes. And he has a wild cooler drawing today. Wild Gear cooler. That is, I mean, a awesome $400 cooler. You can enter to win right now. Just look for the King at the pits. That's the name of his no-time car. So come on down to Lance Knigge's pit and enter to win a $400 Wild Gear cooler. And check out the King. I know what I'm going to do. I flip off the microphone.
Oh, it's just a way. Yeah, CompuLink will do that double.
And that'll bring us our next. So as a reminder, this year it's a 16-car field, regardless of car count, in Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. And here's our next Dragster, the 2308 car. Tries to find there. He finds reverse. Good, good, good. I'm going to say he tries to find reverse, and he did. Crew member running on out there, backing him up. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget we are going to have the Black Pearl and the Quartermaster here tonight. Jet cars tonight at Tulsa Raceway Park. It's going to be fantastic. What an exciting time. Appreciate all you guys coming out here early. Of course, eliminations start tonight. We'll have local classes, jet cars, pro mods, funny cars, and a 377 and a 6 from that Top Dragster all tonight. Here at Tulsa Raceway Park, Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. And it could not be a more beautiful day. Current time and temp, as we would say in the radio industry, it is 12:40 p.m., 70.3 degrees, only 52% relative humidity, and 58 grains of water. So it's going to lead you to a density altitude of 1592, so just under 16 foot, 1,600 feet. Our wind has come from the northeast at about 17 to 18 miles per hour. And so we move in to our top Sportsman. Again, we need the small tires to the lanes. Small tires to the lane. That's no time 28 to the lanes. No time 28. We need you to the lanes, please. Love having you guys on the Facebook chat. Here's my question to you. Do we see a 64, a 364 or lower for the Pro Mods tonight? know your thoughts on Facebook and on YouTube. Left-hand side, that's all right. Across the line of 485 and 7. 6-second pass on the right side. Your kid says yes. We see under a 364 for the pro mods tonight. Tires on the right side. Here's Doug Woody on the left side. Now he is the engine guy for the 3-time champ, and if you see, I mean, if you want to talk about a testament to customer service, Doug Woody builds the engine for Rod Moore. Rod Moore then kicks his and everyone else's butt up and down the drag strip in Top Sportsman. And that's the kind of engine guy Doug Woody is. He builds championship quality engines. Love to see him get an event win under his belt. He's an extremely talented driver. And I dare say a more talented engine builder. As a reminder, give it a like, give it a share on Facebook, on YouTube. The more you like, the more you share, the better the quality gets, the more money we get, the better or more we reinvest into this broadcast to bring you free racing. Halfway stage, 3/4 of the way stage, and all the way stage right now. Woody squats the back end off that launch across the line at 478 and a 3. And how about I believe that's a 4.22, yeah, on the right-hand side there. As a reminder, those of you here, this is a performance predictor class, so we're going to put in dial-in times later on this evening when it comes to eliminations. Try to be closest to the pin without going too fast. That is how we will determine a winner. So this is here. So a good run there as we come up to the Pierce's and the, well, this is an all-cast matchup really here. Pressed Air Supercharge matchup between Mark Griffin and Tina Pierce. Tina had something going during testing and then had a little problem in the plan last night. And this here is your number 2 championship sitter for the last 2 years running. Across the line, it's going to be 4:36. That is the one and only Mark Griffin of Compressed Air Supercharging. This is the Compressed Air Supercharging Top Sportsman class. You see the scuba cars more and more throughout the off-season. I really noticed quite a few of them, and I said, hey, well, Mark Griffin, that's your guy at Compressed Air Supercharging.
Oh, really? They're next door. Oh, are they?
Here's Travis Leach with the Red Baron 2 on the right side. The split window Corvette.
I'm just gonna wait here till Top Sportsman's done now.
Yeah, at this point I would.
So the Red Baron 2 on the right side. That's a nitrous assisted car. Nitrous contains a higher mixture of oxygen than the ambient air. 33% oxygen. Your latent air is about 24% oxygen here, so more oxygen creates more bang bang in the engine, and we get a little more power out of it. Hikes the front left wheel up, and across it, it's a 436 and a 1. A good run there from Travis Leach. Smoke billowing off the burnout here on the left-hand side. Right side. Crew member takes a look, gets the smoke out of the car. I'd like to give a shout out to Scott Supply for all of your hose and needs. Also like to give a shout out, of course, to Compressed Air Supercharging, proud sponsor of the Summer Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series, presented by J&A Service. We move forward a little bit. Creeping forward. Boom, boom, boom. Car turning over. Get on the chip, let her rip, let's go. Right on the right-hand side, a little wheel spin there too. There's a bit of something on the track there on the right side by the wall. Right past the 330 on the right side wall. I'll let Pipe Key go because it's a left lane single, and the piece of, it looks like almost a piece of bodywork is on the right side. And they will go out and, yeah, they're going to come back. There we go. They're going to wait for Pipe Key to go and then go grab it. When it's off on the side, it's up against the wall. Obviously, a car on the right-hand side could swerve and hit that. Shear a tire. That would be very bad news. But on the left side, you'd have to go quite a ways to get that. So we're going to let Pipe Key make its run. Send our thoughts to Caleb Morton across the line of 46982. I'd like to send our thoughts to Caleb Morton, who was in a particularly nasty crash out in California last night. Love that she is as okay as she can be. And we thank Lord for the fine safety work of the chassis builders of her car. And pray for a quick and speedy recovery for her and her family, and not just physically but mentally too. That's a scary situation out there. So thankful for the good news, follow the bad news, and thankful for the people who know what they're doing assembling these race cars. Speaking of people that know what they're doing, here's three-time champion Tyler Wells. Tyler on the left-hand side. He was driving Aaron's old Pro Mod. That's Aaron Wells, 2019 Pro Mod champion. So Tyler will bump into the beams. And so we launch it across the way. We have a 449 and a 4 on the left side, 157 miles per hour. That's going to bring us our next This car has a cast sticker on it. I'm not sure if it is a compressed air car, but we will take a look here. I believe it is Jeff Hofstetter. All right, here we go. And a 496. 496 and a 6 for Jeff Hofstetter. That brings us to our next. The Pontiac on the left lane, single lane run here. So why so many single lanes? Well, our rules dictate that you must alternate between between the lanes, right? So you got to either run left, left, or right, left, right. And so when they started, they all kind of came in and took the right lane on some of them, and now we just have leftovers who need to run in the left lane. It happens more often than you might think. And there's a run and a 485 and a 9 on the left-hand side with a 139 mile per hour. And so we're going to go grab that piece of something or the other. It's past the 330. It came off of a car some minutes ago, but luckily we've only run singles on the left side. Is that perhaps a piece of bodywork? Curious as to what came off the car.
Get ready, Tulsa, because an epic jet car battle is back at the Throwdown in T-Town. Come see the Quartermaster and the Black Pearl jet cars heat up the night sky as they go head-to-head May 9th and 10th at Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. Don't miss the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series, featuring the fastest door slammers on the planet, reaching speeds over 220 miles per hour. See ground-shaking, fire-breathing pro mods and funny cars with top Sportsman, top Dragsters, Pro Street, Pro 420, Junior Dragsters, Outlaw Gassers, and more. Admission is free. Get your free tickets now at Tulsa-area Auto Parts stores, QuikTrip, Stubwire, and TulsaRacewayPark.com. The Throwdown in T-Town.
May 9th to 10th at Osage Casino Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park.
Run today. So for those of you at home watching, for those of you here, I'm going to step aside. I'm going to grab some food from the Grubhub, the Snack Shack. I'm going to go grab some high-quality chicken tenders because I'm a basic white child. And they have a great french fries, honestly. So I'm going to leave you guys with the beautiful sounds of race cars, and I hope you guys are pleased with what you're about to watch. Super Pro and Footbrake to the lanes. Goodness gracious. All right, safety crew coming on out there, but a roller coaster. I don't think he hit anything. And
Zayden, where y'all at with the damn gator?
that's a save and a half right there.
Okay, who's the kid running down the track?
And so we're going to let the safety crew do their very down there. Safety crew's coming out, and we'll give you an update when we have one.
ready, Kansas City. The Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presents SmackDown. Roaring into the Flying H Drag Strip June 27th and 28th, featuring the world's fastest door slammer, reaching speeds over 220 miles an hour. See ground-shaking, fire-breathing robots, funny cars, and more. SmackDown, June 27th and 28th at Flying H Drag Strip.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, motorhomes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Let Flying A Motorsports custom build your next race trailer or coach to best fit your needs and budget. Proudly providing quality inventory for local and national drag racing, dirt track racing, and hot rodders alike. Visit FlyingAmotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
Hillwood Atomizer, the only purpose-built drag racing injector on the market. Built and manufactured by racers in the USA. Custom sizing and inlet designs, an all-new website, complete refresh service, and the only rebuildable fuel injector on the market. You get the right injector the first time. See why more champions run our injectors than any other brand at AtomizerFuelComponents.com.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
We all know lighter is faster, and faster is better. Every belt Stroud sells is cut, sewn, and assembled in our facility in Oklahoma. When we say made in the USA, we mean it. Stroud belts, now sold in 3-inch or 2-inch straps, are best when paired with our new Defender Series black laser-etched ultralight aluminum adjusters and cam lock. Stroud employees take pride in manufacturing the world's safest seatbelt. When you want quality and experience, reach for the belts with the big blue patch. Stroud Safety, making faster, safer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in it. As we get ready to fire up our cars, we're fired up, we're ready to go. Back at it. Good to see all y'all on the live streams. We thank you guys for sitting through it, and did manage to grab a couple interviews. We'll air those shortly here, but man, oh man. Thank you guys for being there. Took a nice vocal break myself. Had some delicious chicken strips, some fries. Talked to someone by Lance Knigge's pit. He's got that, a little tire spin there. He's got that Wild Gear cooler he's doing a raffle on, and go on over there to his pits. They're at the end of the staging lane and register for that Wild Gear cooler. It's a $400 cooler. You could be yours for free. All you got to do is register for the raffle. And so here comes Footbrake coming around the corner.
Footbrake. Bring them up. Ready line. Do let me know when you're ready, Miss Lisa.
Lengthy downtime. The oil got on the track there, and that's what caused the car to go the way it did. Was oil got on the tires and slip sliding away. And here's our Footbrake cars. Yes. Dot matrix printer up here. You're hearing that because CompuLink systems run on Microsoft DOS, which is the industry standard in drag racing, and they print off their timesheets officially in a dot matrix printer. Find that at Tracks New and Old. NHRA, IHRA, Outlaw Tracks. As we mosey on up.
Thank you.
Our next pair, first pair of Footbrake here. And our No Time 28s are in. we go. Across the line at 588 and then a 6302 on the right side. And so we get the get our foot brakes in there, get our data in, and get ready to go. Oh, what a nice wheel stand there on the right side. To roll across. I have close parentheses epsilon I with 2 umlauts F diamond P as the time for that run on my announcer screen. It's a very detailed readout. And we have, oh man, this guy's double riding motorcycles here on the right hand lane. That's Filson, I believe is his name. Young kid, takes some cojones to ride that bad boy. Okay.
550 index to 5 and 6. 470 index to 9 and 10 for round number 1.
All right, round number 1. We need the 6.0 index to the lanes, to lanes 3 and 4. We need 550 index to 5 and 6. And then 470 to 9 and 10 for round number 1 of eliminations. Again, we need the Smith Farmer Garden 6.0 index to the lanes. We need the Flying A Motorsports 550 index to the lanes, 5 and 6. And Strange 470 index class to lanes 9 and 10. We'll hop off the line.
Yes, sir.
4245.
Super Pro's the biggest spots I got, right? Super Pro, that's the biggest spots I got. Yep.
Here we go, our next pair. Red light there on the left side by 069, a green light on the right by about a tenth. Across the line, a 677 and a 3 on the right side, a 731 and a 4. Here we go. The Texas Motorplex Ford Mustang GT. On the right side, let's take a look. It's going to be second across the line for sure after a 6.904 and an 8.8 second pass on the right side. As we roll our foot brake, and then Super Pro will be coming up after that. Here we go. Indeed, we need Smith Farmer Garden 6.0 to 3.4, Flying A Motorsports 550 to 5 and 6, and Strange 470 Index to 9 and 10. And across the line, a 722. I don't know where I got the number 3 from, but at 94 miles an hour. As we move into, I believe, Super Pro is our next class. Well, I can read what it says. Again, closed parentheses, epsilon, I with an umlaut, F diamond P is your mile an hour. Then you have the I umlaut clubs, open parentheses, semicolon, Nordic cross lowercase t is the time on the left side. It's a very complex and technical sport, Lisa. I don't expect you to know what all that means, but... It is indeed. It's called BS. You'll have to work with the folks working blind off the announcer screen here. So, moving through Super Pro here, having a good time here at the Throwdown in T-Town. 60th anniversary. The Osage Casino and Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. 60 years of the legendary Midnight Drags. And by the way, Larson and Lance Knigge, they are in the lanes because our no time 28s they were in the lanes when we had the track get oiled down, and now that the track's clean, they're coming up. And so our Super Pro comes out 486 on the right side at 140. This, on the left side, this is a compressed air supercharged roadster, by the way. Driven by Mark Griffin. Oh, yes, it is. I have a Jackery box right in the way of my left-hand water box, but I do know that Mark Griffin on the left-hand side, this is one of his prides and joys. He loves driving this thing. Bing, bang, boom, boom, a wheel stand. Oh, a big wheel stand there for Mark. Get it, Mark. 559, and that thing looked like it went down with some oomph. He's going to be walking around tomorrow with the, he's going to be walking around tomorrow with like one of those braces on. Like, oh, hey, you know, I had a good day. One of the nicest guys in the paddock, or in the pits, rather. I was looking at my IndyCar results. One of the nicest guys in the pits, Mark Griffith. He always got this big old smile on his face, man. He'll walk you through the car. Doesn't matter how many times you ask him to walk through the car. He'll be like, "Oh, absolutely." You know, I think part of the reason that the scuba cars are taking off, and you saw, I saw a lot of them really come to the forefront over the winter in car groups. People are like, oh my gosh, right? I think part of the reason that they're taking off is because Mark Griffin is a tremendous he's an advocate, he's a seller, but also, like, how can you just not trust this guy when he says it'll work? As a testament to him working, he is a 2 or 3 time runner-up in the Top Sportsman Championship, only to Rod Moore, the thorn in his side, as he will say. But, I mean, it takes Rod Moore to beat a compressed air car. All right, so somebody picked up a throttle linkage. It's Russo's, Chris Russo's. He came up to the starting line. I told him some crew person picked it up. They haven't seen a throttle linkage, so if somebody has a throttle linkage, it's Chris Russo's. And by the way, Chloe Janicek is the alternate in Top Dragster. Hello to Edward, and yeah, Lance Carnegie is a great guy. I've heard nothing but positive things about him from people I trust. Josh Scott, our tech director. Friend of Lance's. As we carry on through. As a reminder, the Dothets run their Jet Funny cars tonight. After eliminations, opening ceremonies are scheduled for just under 2 hours from now. As we whittle the field down from 16 to 1. 159-mile-an-hour pass, 429 on the left side. And here we go. And here's our next pair. As we make our way up, it's Wade Pennington on the right-hand side. Pennington, a longtime racer at the Midwest Drag Racing Series, running Super Pro as well. Find that in the Top Dragster. At other events and across the line, it's going to be a left-hand side victory with a 503. And here comes our next pair. I like the pink accent. It's a subtle pink accent on the front end of that Dragster. And here we go. Across the line, it's going to be 148-mile-an-hour pass, a 4.64 for the Super Pro on the left side. That brings us to this beautiful Chevy S10. And across the line at 531 and a 2.
But the car number that's wrong is as fast as pass.
Yeah, here comes our next pair, Super Pro. On the Dragster coming across at 449 on the right side. Final call, index classes for Elimination 1. Smith Farmer Garden 6.0 index classes. Flying A Motorsports 550 index class. Strange 470 index class. This is your final call. All right, we keep on moving here in our Racing Junk Super Pro. Shout out to RacingJunk.com, proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series, alongside the Super Pro class right here at your local Tulsa Raceway Park. Light means go, and we'll take a little bit of stride there on the right side. Back in and across the line, a 5:39 and an 8, and that brings up Bob Henry in the water box. Man, a pair of wheels stands there as Bob Henry gets his way back in the stripe, left hand or right hand side. 609. All right, so we'll get through our Racing Junk Super Pro. This is our last pair. Again, we will have our opening ceremony scheduled for 4. And green light means go. Let's take a look on the right-hand side. Going to be the first across the line at 588 and a 7. And here's the loud American. Two-seater ride that you can ride in. Just head on over and I believe it's $250 for it, and that is the cheapest you will ever go that speed. I'll tell you that. $161-mile-an-hour pass. That thing is singing. Alrighty. So, we will have our index classes up next for round 1 of eliminations. Ready to rock and roll for our indexes. Again, opening ceremony in an hour and a half-ish. We're coming up to the.
He called the index classes, right?
Yep.
There's a bunch of cars in the lanes. We have that interview we can play right now.
We're here with the Dothits here at Tulsa Raceway Park. They just made a pass last night in these amazing jet funny cars, 200 some odd mile an hour. It was an insane show, and we're going to talk to David Dothit, the pilot of the Black Pearl, right here. And let's see what he has to say. I want to know what it feels like to be on the inside of one of these cars. Luke Levenger here with David Dothit of Dothit Motorsports, JetCarsRocket.com. David, you guys made a pass at 200 some odd miles an hour last night. And I think the one question I think everybody wants to know is, what does it feel like to be in a jet car? And when you get up to the line and you fire it up, what's going through your brain and what's going through, your heart?
Well, the best part about a jet car is the startup and the shutdown. But, we got everything going on. I'm worried about the cars. I'm worried about the drivers. I'm worried about the crew. That's what happens when you're in charge. But when I get in the car, focus right on the car. I come right back to it. But it's really hard to explain what it's like. But when you take off, the closest I can tell you is that roller coaster, that first big drop when your stomach jumps up in your throat. That's as close as I can tell you. I've never jumped out of an airplane, so I can't tell you what that's like.
Not yet, right?
No, I don't plan on that, not unless it's going down, man. You gotta stay, airplanes stay in the sky, you stay on them.
Sorry, I'm just processing. You'll sit in a jet car, you'll drive a jet funny car all day, but when it comes to skydiving, that's...
Oh no, because I'm in control in the car.
Go, right, yeah.
The chute and the ground, that sudden stop at the end will get you.
Yeah, it'll get you every time. So you guys are celebrating your 40th anniversary. Tell me a little bit about that, because I was reading some of it last night. You guys have quite the story.
Yeah, so my dad started with a wheel stander in 1976, and in 1985 he decided he wanted to go a little quicker, a little faster, and he bought our first jet dragster, and that was 40 years ago. And we've evolved up to the Black Pearl, the Quartermaster. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve if you haven't been paying attention online. The PD the Pirate, the world's only jet-powered PT Cruiser is coming out, and then I got a fourth car coming. It'll be called the Pirate's Payday.
Ooh.
And you might see that by the 4th of July.
Might see it by the 4th of July. I like it. I saw a picture of a jet-powered PT Cruiser, I think just I saw a picture, I was like, what in the world? And I thought it might have been AI, and now you're like, I got a jet-powered PT Cruiser. And I'm like, let's go. I am so excited for this.
I have a jet car problem.
Yeah, you have a little jet car problem.
No, man. I tried that wheel stander thing. I crashed, I burned. Yep. Found out I was really good at jet cars and not really good at wheel standers. So we're going to stick with the jet car program and enjoy the 40th anniversary of Dothit Motorsports.
Absolutely, and you guys can find out more on Dothit Motorsports at JetCarsRock.com. I assume you've raced other cars on the drag strip that don't have jet engines slapped to them. No.
I've never driven anything else. No. David Gates is driving the Quartermaster.
Okay.
This guy has driven a Pro Mod.
Okay.
And then jumped back into jet cars. So he's been 298. Yeah. So he can tell you the difference between the piston car and
that's exactly my question is, what is the difference between a piston car and a jet car?
Well, I guess more or less it's the torque off the line. You're letting go of the trans brake, it's planting your ass in the seat. It's like, oh my God, you're really feeling it when it's taking off. Yeah. Where with a jet car, you're getting more of a shove. So it's not necessarily much of a difference because you're getting still the same amount of G-forces and stuff. Right. It's just a reaction of the car.
It's all right. Yeah, but I imagine the staging process though is way more
staging
intense.
Process is definitely different.
Yeah.
With a piston car, you can go up at idle and you can kind of bump into the beams. With these, you're running these things up to 109, 110%. And you're standing on the brakes trying to make sure that this thing doesn't slide. Sometimes you got to pull the throttle back just a little bit to stop it from creeping through the beams, but we'll do whatever we got to do to put on a show for everybody.
So do you guys remember the first time that you drove a jet car? And if you do, the first time you pulled the chutes at the quarter, what goes through your mind?
Well, actually, the first time that I ran to the quarter, I had a chute blow off the car. So I ended up having to kind of slide the car to a stop. I blew the front wheels out, repaired the car, got it done, got my licensing through. So pulling the chute for the first time at the quarter mile was definitely a very, very eerie feeling, you know. Throws your head into the dash, it knocks you out almost, and you're like, oh my God, where am I at? You know, you got to kind of regain where you're at on the track and understand that, okay, now it's time to slow down.
You know, when I was learning, it was 1993. So we had an older car, heavy car, big chute. And if you see some of those pictures online of the parachutes with the cars got the 4 wheels off the ground, that's what I had. And the first good run, Palmdale, California, got a 40-mile-an-hour crosswind, put that big chute out, and my skinny little butt tacoed around the steering wheel, slid out of the seat, you know, ended up changing lanes. Yeah, it was one of those like, hey, you won't do that again.
I'm just picturing we have a pro mod driver and his crew does the cross before every pass. I'm picturing me pulling the chutes and be like, oh my gosh, oh thank goodness.
Like I told you, the best part about the jet car run is the startup and the finish. I know it's going to start, and then when the chute comes out, oh, thank you.
JetCarsRocket.com, and you can find the Dothits online at JetCarsRock. They're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're live on TikTok right now. Hi, TikTok. You guys can find them all over, and you guys tour all over the country, and we're so glad to have you in Tulsa. How many weeks do you run this a year?
30.
30? Oh my gosh.
We'll do 30 weeks this year. We'll do 24 shows.
Oh my goodness.
In 30 weeks. Yeah, no, everybody's all ready to kill me, and I'm ready to go. You know, the best part about this season, it bookends with the Midwest Drag Racing Series right here at Tulsa Raceway Park for both the Throwdowns.
I love that. JetCarsRock.com, you're watching the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. Welcome back to the Throwdown T-Town. To those of you guys watching, we appreciate you joining us here in Tulsa as we get ready to rock and roll. Haven't missed a single pass as we get into E1 for our 6.0 index. Here we go. Split window gets the better of the two jumps visually across the line. It's going to be a breakout on the left-hand side and a victory on the right. And here we go. Another split window, trying to do the vets proud. By vets, I mean core vets. Remember, we're aiming for 6.0 seconds. Don't go too fast. And then don't finish last. It's easy in theory, harder in practice. So we got a split window on the left side, a Chevy on the right side. There we go. And a breakout, but a red light start on the right-hand side, so the split window will survive and advance. Victory on the left-hand side there. And here we go. breakout, double breakout, 5.999 on the right side. Will give the automatic win.
So I did the same thing, got two different people.
Oh, okay, that's easy enough. He had a 659, really, so you got to put it on there, because he had a 468, but that's his fastest time. 4659. Okay, so 46, so is his number 5624? That's the actual number? Yep. And it needs to be 4659 is his real time. Okay, so 5624. Qualifying time for.
And here you go. First across the line, looks like somebody in the left-hand lane, breakout, and a breakout on the right side, too. So everyone's going a little too quick. On 6-0 index, we're going to get a right side victory. And here comes the Pilcher rider. We got a pair of motorcycles. It's bike-on-bike action. So we got green light, and Pilcher will get a little out of the groove back in and kick the win, and it was decided on a red light on the right-hand side. Smoky from Bob Henry. And here's the Mustang on the right side. All right. Attention, attention, attention. Zimmerman Sportsman Juniors to the lanes, please. Race Star Wheels Pro Juniors to the lanes, please. All right. Five 4 is going to be a breakout. Right hand side. Will win. This is the Flying A Motorsports 550 Index. Attention, attention, attention. Buybacks are at the front gate. Buybacks are at the front gate. Thank you. Yeah, we're keeping them going. Do our 550s. Juniors to the lanes, please. We need juniors to the lanes. That is our Zimmerman Sportsman Junior and Race Star Wheels Pro Junior. We need you guys to the lanes, please. Zimmerman Sportsman Junior, Race Star Wheels Pro Junior to the lanes, please. Across the line, it's going to be a win on the left-hand side there. And a clean pass on the left-hand side gets it done. Now we'll wrap up your 550s, brought to you by Flying A Motorsports. Strange 470 Index class coming up next. And again, we need Zimmerman Sportsman Jr. to the lanes. You guys are in 3 and 4. Race Star Wheel Pro Junior will be in 8 and 9. right, so we're going to pull ourselves down to our 470, brought to you by Strange. Well, keep her between the lines there, Magellan. Goodness gracious. It's got a little too much oomph and not enough grab. So we're going to try a quick cycle of the timing system before our Zimmerman Sportsman Junior come in and our Race Star Wheels Pro Juniors come in.
The Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presents Smackdown. Roaring into the Flying H Drag Strip June 27th and 28th, featuring the world's fastest door slammer, reaching speeds over 220 miles an hour. See ground-shaking, fire-breathing robots, funny cars, and more. Smackdown. June 27th and 28th at Flying H Drag Strip.
Thousands of hours building it, tuning it, perfecting it. All for the rush, the satisfaction, the win. But you don't do it alone. You never do it alone. Your family is with you. Your friends are with you. Stroud is with you. Because none of it means anything if you don't come home at the end of the day. Stroud Safety. Making faster, safer, every step of the way.
Kryptonite Customs, high-impact, high-definition wraps, cars, trucks, SUVs, windows, signs, trailers, boats, buses, racing and commercial, even golf carts. Custom designs, solids, gloss, metallics, textures, even chrome. If you can imagine it, we can wrap it. The premier custom car and truck wrap shop, located in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Call us today. Let the transformation begin at Kryptonite Customs.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Let Flying A Motorsports custom build your next race trailer or coach to best fit your needs and budget. Proudly providing quality inventory for local and national drag racing, dirt track racing, and hot rodders alike. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order.
Brings us to our Sportsman, Zimmerman Sportsman Jr. Here we go. This is Zimmerman Sportsman Jr. They take you to the Zimmerman family of Zimmerman Properties and Construction. Go. About a win on the right-hand side, a 9:03. All right, and that brings us our next pair of juniors. There's our Zimmerman Sportsman Juniors. And across the line, a 882 and a 0. That'll be the win on the right-hand side. Brings us to our Pro Juniors, brought to you by Race Star Wheels. Race Star Wheels, a proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Right. 801 on the left-hand side. The dial on the right-hand side, a 790 dial in. That's the maximum for the pros, the Pro Juniors. We rock forth. Green lights, bingo. So the head start is on the right side. No, it's going to be an 801 on the left side for the win. Here's Caden Duell and Ryan Keith. Caden Duell on the left-hand side. Bomberito Chevy team. So attention to all of our class number 1 qualifiers. We need you guys to be on the starting line for the opening ceremony. So the Duell family ready to go. Joey Keith watching on as his daughter bumps into the beams. Across the line, it's a 796 and a 6 for the Duels, and head shaking there, a 788 on the right side, a victory for Ryan Keith. Comes the green lights. Identical 790 times on the dial, so it's who's first without breaking out. It's going to be a 7901 dead on with a 9 on the left-hand side, and that's a good run. Here's Kinsey Wells on the left side. green light. First across the line. Kenty Wells is going to take it, a breakout on the right side. The Keith family congratulating the Wells. So that brings our next bear up here. The go's going to go on the right-hand side. We'll take a look and win on the left side in 8.57. Good for the victory. Alrighty. 842 dial it on the right, 795 on the left. Quarters way dialed in, and here we go. Red light on the left side is going to get the immediate win to the right side. As we cross the line in 842. It's 77.25. Yeah, 848, so only 4 thou off the number. And here's the Brundages. An electric junior dragster here. And hear the silence. All right, here we go. Up and across the line, 794. The dial in across the line is 790 on a 4. So would be a breakout, but there it is. And so, for those of you guys watching online, we'll be back at 4. We're going to wrap this live stream up, reboot it up at 4. For those of you here in person, we got cars here at the Throwdown in T-Town as part of the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. All right, well, no need to be alarmed. They're just testing the jet car down there. That is not anything to be concerned about. That is the jet car firing up and just making sure that the systems are running for tonight. You can see that in person right here tonight. .46 mile an hour, 162. You are listening and watching to the Summer Race Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series presented by J&A Service. We thank you guys for watching. We will be back in just a bit at 4 o'clock Central with opening ceremonies. For those of you guys here in person, we still have cars from our local classes. Stay tuned. It's the MWDRS. See you in about an hour.